1, 2.
Sveiki, ačiū Jums. Mes kaip tie, anie treti.
Ačiū, kad pasirinkote Voiceless avialinijas. Prisisekite saugos diržus. Linkime gero skrydžio. Pasitikite grupę Voiceless.
Here we go. Fantastic band called Voiceless. Thank you so much, guys, for nice beginning. Voiceless is a band that exists already about 10 years. As name indicates, no voices, no singing, but two cellos, drums, some electronic music, and interpretations of classical rock hits. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our second day. How are you doing? Very quiet. Wasn't party too good yesterday? Huh? I heard there were some dances. Yeah, who was dancing yesterday? All right. Did you have any after party? After parties are usually a little bit dangerous, you know. Okay, one way or another, welcome to our second day. It's a really nice day. It's nice to see you here, and today we'll be talking, we will be discussing, we will be sharing our experiences. We will hear from various representatives of different Baltic Sea cities. And of course, we'll talk about experiences and about future. I would like to ask one question. Do you have mobile phones? Who has? Show me. Now, go to our beautiful bridge, pier, and drop it in the sea. Let's live without phones. No, don't do that. Please check our QR code, and if you have ability, can you scan it? Because later it will be very useful, because you will be able to write your questions in Slido app. As well, there will be possibilities just to give your questions right from your places. And I believe that we can begin. And for the first speech, I would like to invite to the stage President of UBC, Mantas Jurgutis.
Šiek tiek šviesos, o? So, dear friends, member cities of the Union, and dear partners. Today I stand before you as the President of the Union of the Baltic Cities, and I feel a deep sense of responsibility to address several crucial matters that affect our region, our solidarity, and our shared vision for the future. Our Europe is changing. First and foremost, we cannot discuss the state of our region without acknowledging the ongoing war in Ukraine. This devastating war has cast a long shadow over our continent and reminds us the importance of peace and cooperation. It's our duty as representatives of cities united by a common purpose to express and support Ukraine. In May 2022, the UBC General Conference affirmed the decision of UBC Executive Board to terminate membership and positions for the Russian cities within the UBC structures. At the same time, Vilnius became the first Ukrainian city to join the UBC, leading the way for other Ukrainian cities such as Kherson, Kramatorsk, Pokrovsk, Vyshhorod, and Zaporizhzhia to follow. Yesterday, the new associated member city was approved by the board, and we welcome Khmelnytsky. We stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and we call for independence and sovereignty of Ukraine and its people. Let us work together to support those Ukrainians in need and advocate for long-lasting democracy in Ukraine and, of course, European membership in the EU for Ukraine. European solidarity is the cornerstone of our Union. In these uncertain times, the very idea of European solidarity is being tested. It is essential that we reinforce our commitment to this principle. We are stronger when we work together as a united front, especially in the face of challenges like climate change, economic transformation, and security concerns. As cities in the Baltic region, we share a common destiny. Let us continue to strengthen our bonds, fostering unity and cooperation that connects national borders through cities on local level, where real life happens. Cooperation between our cities is at the heart of our mission. We are a diverse group of urban centers with unique identities and challenges. However, our shared goals and aspirations provide the foundation upon which we can build a brighter future together. The Union of the Baltic Cities is more than 30 years old platform for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and experiences. Let us use these opportunities and even grow it. Development is a driving force for our cities and the entire Baltic region. We must be proactive in ensuring that our cities are well equipped for the challenges of the future. By investing in infrastructure, technology, innovation, education, especially young people, and other initiatives, we can create the thriving cities which inspires our people, our communities, and the rest of Europe. In these challenging times, I am also here today to discuss the evolving role of the Union of the Baltic Cities and our transformation from network of friends into more influential network of advocacy. For decades, the Union of the Baltic Cities has been a platform where friends meet and organizations have come together, fostering collaborations, exchanging the ideas, and the strengthening of bonds among the cities in the Baltic region. The relationships we have built, the knowledge we have shared, and the projects we have undertaken have all very valuable. They have laid the foundation for the future that demands our transformation as the transforming Europe as well. To effectively serve as an advocacy platform, we must collectively define our common goals and interests as outlined in our new strategic plan and policy positions. With a unique perspective on the Baltic region issues, we must draw attention to matters such as environment, sustainability, security, social inclusion, influencing regional and European policies through a unified voice. Leveraging our extensive network and partnerships will broaden our outreach and collaborate with like-minded organizations. Investing in capacity building, training, and resources for member cities is a priority to empower effective advocacy. Lastly, we emphasize transparent and inclusive public engagement to keep our citizens informed and engaged in our role as respected advocacy platform. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, since our platform was founded in Gdansk in 1991, Union of the Baltic Cities stands for peaceful collaboration and shared purpose. As we navigate these challenging times, we must keep in mind the importance of our support for Ukraine, the strength of European solidarity, the opportunities presented by cooperation between our cities, and imperative of continued development. We have the potential to shape the future of our region and make it a model of unity and progress. Together, we can achieve great things, and together we will work towards a brighter future for our cities and the Baltic region. Thank you for your commitment to our shared vision, and let's continue to strive for a better future. Have a wonderful conference and welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mantas. Here is some remembrance of our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform you that today we will be having a conference and plenary session of 2 parts. First part is right now. After that, we'll have some short coffee break, and after that, we will continue. We will continue here. So please don't leave this place. And later on, 7:30, we will move to another place, legendary place in Palanga. It's called Kurhaus. There we will have dinner and some nice musical surprises. And for now, I would like to invite Mayor of Palanga, Šarūnas Vaitkus.
Gerbiamas Lietuvos Respublikos prezidento patarėjų, gerbiamas Ukrainos ambasadorių Lietuvoje, gerbiamas prezidentė ir visi čia susirinkę ponai ir ponios.
Dear guests, dear representative of Lithuania's president, dear ambassador of Ukraine, dear guests, welcome.
Pirmiausia, tikiu, kad Palanga tikrai padarys jums įspūdį ir jūs čia sugrįšite ne kartą.
First of all, I hope that Palanga will give you good impressions and you'll be back not once, not twice.
Vakar buvo malonu žiūrėti jūs, kaip jūs šokote ir linksminotės.
It was nice to see you yesterday dancing and being joyful.
Šį vakarą pratęsim.
Today, we'll continue.
Iš tiesų, tikriausia labai malonu, kad šita konferencija pirmiausia vyksta didžiausiame ir gražiausiame Lietuvos kurorte prie Baltijos jūros Palangoje.
It's a big privilege that this conference is happening in the biggest town next by Baltic Sea in Lithuania.
Visiems nuoširdus ačiū nuo visos Palangos bendruomenės, kad būtent pasirinkote šį miestą.
Sincerely thanks from all Palanga citizens to all of you.
Konferencijos tema iš tikrųjų labai rimta ir reikalaujanti daug sprendimų, kadangi tai liečia visą Europą ir visą pasaulį.
Topic of our conference is extremely important, serious, and it takes lots of decisions because it touches all Europe, all the world.
Mūsų pagrindinis tikslas yra neužmiršti kovojančių brolių ir seserų Ukrainoje, kurie laiko frontą, nes priešas kariauja su visa Europa.
Our most important goal is not to forget our brothers and sisters in Ukraine who are fighting with a huge enemy and they're fighting for all Europe.
Mes nuoširdžiai turime dėkoti ir neužmiršti, padėti visokeriopą pagalbą ukrainiečiams.
We sincerely gotta support Ukraine, not to forget them and help as much as we can.
Palanga tai daro nuo pradžios karo, nes mūsų miestas partneris yra būtent 8 metai labiausiai nukentėjęs iš pirmųjų miestų, tai Bučos miestas.
Palanga is doing that and helping Ukraine since the beginning of war. And our partner, maybe you know that or not, is for 8 years is already a town which was devastated very strongly. We all remember images of that town, and the town is Bucha.
Nuo pirmos karo dienos Palangos bendruomenė taip susitelkusi, kad iki šiol vyksta didžiulė pagalba Bučai, humanitarinė pagalba, kuri buvo reikalinga žmonėms ir šiemet visai nesenai prieš visą vasarą čia ilsėjosi apie 120 vaikų, kurie karo metu neteko vieno ar dviejų tėvų arba tėvai iškeliavę į frontą.
All community of Palanga is very actively helping to Bucha. For example, during summertime to Palanga, for rest came 120 kids. Kids of those parents who are or in the front or who, unfortunately, one of them might be dead.
Šiuo metu Palangoje gyvena apie 600 ukrainiečių.
At this moment, at Palanga lives around 600 Ukrainians.
Tai yra karo pabėgėliai.
They are refugees.
Ir taip pat Palanga suteikia visokeriopą pagalbą čia gyvenantiems žmonėms ir jiem padeda.
Palanga is helping actively and as much as they can.
Taigi, gerbiami konferencijos dalyviai, tema labai rimta, linkiu gražios dienos, šiandien darbingos dienos, pagalvokim apie tai, kaip dar labiau padėti mūsų broliam ir seserim ir slava Ukraine.
Heroim slava. So dear members of the conference, let's not forget Ukraine. Let's have a nice discussions because topic is very important and let's think about other ways how we can help Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Heroim slava. Good day.
Thank you. Ačiū. And now, I would like to invite advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Paulius Baltokas.
Distinguished guests of the conference, His Excellency Ambassador, Mayors, President Mantas, first of all, I'm happy to be here and I want to say a big thank you from the President. Unfortunately, he cannot be here because of overlapping agendas, but the theme of this conference is of most importance. It brings two really important topics together. First of all, the self-governance of the municipalities and how it can implement or help in a national or international geopolitical way. In this particular case, one of the biggest issues in our today's world, the war in Ukraine. On behalf of the President, I would like to read his greeting words for the members of this conference. Dear participants of the General Conference of the Union of the Baltic Cities, I am glad to welcome you to Lithuania and the city of Palanga. My hope is that today's event, having brought together representatives of the Baltic cities, will contribute to the stronger, more active self-government across our region. Local governance and regional policy are high on my list priorities. Together with my team, I am working constantly towards more autonomy and accountability for all Lithuanian municipalities. Self-governance is important because it allows us to solve complex issues with the utmost precision. Municipalities maintain a closer connection to the people living in a specific area. They also get valuable feedback. This is crucial in a dense urban environment where national policies on health, education, culture, and other issues must be implemented. Without municipalities having a say in the decision-making, no country could realize its full potential. Presently, with our region experiencing serious geopolitical tensions, it's time for communities and municipalities to step up. Therefore, I am particularly happy that today's event is dedicated to supporting Ukrainian cities and their people. I know that many Lithuanian cities have already donated generators and other equipment to the cities of Ukraine, while also taking in war refugees and organizing their educational, cultural, and health support. I am also sure that representatives of other cities from the Baltic region have valuable experience to share. Today, I am grateful to every municipality that is already helping Ukraine, and I wish that this event helps us find new ways for Baltic cities to contribute to the matter. Have a productive conference and a pleasant stay in Palanga. His Excellency Gitanas Nausėdas, President of the Republic of Lithuania. Thank you so much.
Advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania, Paulius Baltokas, and now it's our privilege to invite Ukraine's ambassador to the Republic of Lithuania, Petro Bešta.
Distinguished participants, dear friends, I'm very happy to be here in Palanga in a very comfortable and modern town, Baltic town, fast developing. I'm delighted to be invited to participate in this big conference. I discovered for myself the Union of Baltic Cities as a modern platform network of cities. We live in the 21st century, which is the century of networks and platforms, which empowers its participant to build big ambition, to act fast, and to be more effective than someone else. And I wish you all success in all your endeavors in your cities and in the activities of the Union. Today's event has special importance because it's focused on the questions of the present and future of Europe, of which Ukraine is an integral part. Ukraine has been attacked by the Russian terrorist state, defends itself, but also the whole Europe, your countries, cities and communities from authoritarianism and medieval barbarism. Representatives of Ukrainian cities who are participating in this event today will tell you what war is like, what unbelievable for 21st century suffering brings Putin regime and his military machine. Thank you for your assistance to Ukraine, your desire to hear Ukrainians and to bring new impetus to support of Ukraine on the way to victory, our common victory of human dignity and values over destruction and humiliation. All of us, including residents of the cities you represent, want to live in peace, do not want to hide in bunkers from rockets, as Ukrainians do every day, but to work peacefully, to take children to kindergarten without a rescue suitcase, and when asked to tell them about war, it's the story from the past. Freedom must be protected every day, both in times of war and peace. It is the business not only of the governments, but of every citizen and of every community. Unfortunately, there are always those who want to take away our freedom and to impose their will by force, to undermine legal order and to bring chaos. This is the essence of Russian imperialism, which has not changed for centuries. Fate of freedom and the future of Europe is being decided today in Ukraine. Ukraine's victory in this war, restoration of its territorial integrity and integration into EU and NATO is the only way to restore and sustainably protect stability and rules-based order in Europe and the world. Ukraine's victory on the battlefield must be a strategic goal for all of Europeans and global democratic community. All of us in Ukraine, military and civilians, are working hard for victory, including building a powerful defense industries in Ukraine in close cooperation with our partners from all over the world. While taking every step to defeat the enemy, we think about future just and lasting peace. The peace formula of President Zelensky is universal in its nature and is a foundation not only to end Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, but also to establish an effective algorithm to protect freedom and legal order and to overcome regional and global crises. Russia's war against Ukraine has drastically worsened security in the Baltic Sea region and the whole of Europe. It is obvious without Ukraine there can be no effective European security architecture, and I'm talking about Ukraine's full membership in the EU and NATO. We are looking forward to consolidated, quick political decisions by the state members. There is no alternative to the isolation of Russia. Sanctions against Russia, but also Belarus and Iran must be tightened. We must ensure accountability for those responsible for the crime of aggression and war crimes. We are grateful for action taken collectively and individually by every state and every community in support of Ukraine. And everything you do for Ukraine is an investment in our common, better protected present and future. Regions and municipalities of your countries played a very important role in maintaining the resilience of Ukraine. Under your leadership, a huge multifaceted assistance for Ukraine has been mobilized, including for Ukrainian women and children which fled the atrocities of war. The solidarity of Lithuanian municipalities and people is truly unprecedented. Numerous fundraising campaigns by Lithuanians became a breakthrough for Europe, for the whole world. They help our people in every way to recover and to find a second home in Lithuania, at least in temporarily one. Ukrainians got the opportunity to work, study in schools according to Ukrainian programs, integrate, receive medical care. Under the patronage of the First Ladies of Lithuania and Ukraine, the cultural and educational space, Ukrainian Center in Vilnius, was established. It is a flagship project in Europe that has become a unique example of cooperation. We thank Palanga, Klaipėda, Kaunas, as well as Gdansk, Tallinn, Helsinki, Hamburg, other UBC member cities, all true friends of Ukrainians and Ukrainians, true friends of freedom and democracy. We need help not only to win on the battlefield, we need further assistance to restore and protect the energy sector, to rebuild its infrastructure without waiting for the end of the war. Russia continues its massive missile attacks and will escalate through the coming winter to freeze Ukrainians again. The main priorities of Ukraine's rapid recovery include energy sphere, humanitarian demining, housing, critical and social infrastructure, and supporting economy. At the Reconstruction Conference in London this year, Ukraine launched the DREAM, the Digital Reconstruction Ecosystem for Accountable Management, a fully transparent electronic platform to coordinate all stages of reconstruction project's implementation. The global project United 24, initiated by the President of Ukraine, allows everyone to join, supporting Ukraine and provide real assistance to Ukrainian citizens affected by the war. Restoring Ukraine is an important area of economic diplomacy and cooperation between cities. Now Ukraine is forming a coalition of businesses and partners to invest in recovery, which will complement intergovernmental partnerships, provide the necessary resources, and bring long-term benefits to all stakeholders. Helping Ukraine is a win-win situation. A restored, stable, and prosperous Ukraine will serve a prerequisite for lasting peace in Europe. Ukrainians share a strong belief in the victory of Ukraine as soon as possible and bravely fight for the freedom. May your municipalities and your communities continue to be motivated, brave, united in supporting Ukraine. Thank you, and I wish you a good conference.
Thank you, dear Ambassador, and definitely from deepness of our hearts, we wish peace to come to Ukraine as soon as possible. And now, let's hear of Ukrainian youth. Representative of Ukrainian youth, Luana Stetsenko.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to address you at the UBC conference today. I'm deeply honored to be here today and to speak about the topic that is not only close to my heart, but also holds immense significance on the international stage. The subject I will be speaking about is the war in Ukraine. Why should we continue to help Ukraine, and why should we speak about Ukraine on different international platforms and the youth role of it? I'm Ukrainian who was compelled to leave my country due to the ongoing war here. The Russian war in Ukraine is not just a distant news story for me. It is a painful reality that has affected the lives of millions, and including my own. The full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine is causing immeasurable sufferings, losses of life, and displacement of countless individuals. Families have been torn apart, and homes destroyed, and livelihoods shattered. In this case, I would like to highlight 3 key points. By supporting Ukraine, we promote the values of democracy, sovereignty, and self-determination. The international community must recognize that a peaceful, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine contributes to overall European stability. It is important to stress that supporting Ukraine means supporting fundamental principles of international law and human rights. It sends a clear message that we stand for a world where nations can coexist peacefully and without the fear of aggression and external interference. Raising awareness about the Russian war in Ukraine and advocating for its resolution on international platforms is paramount. While humanitarian and military assistance is vital, advocacy is a complementary tool that helps ensure that war remains in a spotlight. Now on the screen, you can see Yeah. Now on the screen you can see how much damage Russia has done and keep doing this. But it will be rebuilt one day, for sure. And that's why it is time to talk about the role of youth in this context. Well, many people used to believe that youth are the future, but in fact, we are the present. We came to this conclusion during discussions with a group of young people who are currently attending this conference. We live in democratic Europe. Democracy is when everyone has the right to have a voice and the right to be heard. Therefore, speaking about the role of youth in state building, in urban planning and rebuilding, there is no magic way how to involve youth in these processes. The solution is simple. Give young people a stage and give young people the opportunity to be heard now, not in the distant future. The UBC conference is a great example of this, an example of how young people can be involved in discussing of really serious issues. Because right now, Ukrainian youth, along with young people from other European countries, have the possibility to present their visions of reliable, modern, and most importantly, safe city, and thus the country. For me personally, this is a great experience and this is a great opportunity to learn something new that will help me to participate directly in the reconstruction and the rebuilding of my country. So the war in Ukraine, it is a global challenge that demands a sustained, compassionate, and resolute response. By doing our part to help Ukraine and speaking out of its behalf, we contribute to the cause of peace, justice, and the protection of human rights. I have a hope that we win together and we rebuild Ukraine together for the better sake of all the democratic world. I'm really grateful for all the support to Ukraine, and thank you very much for your attention.
Lana, thank you. Please don't run away. Дякую to you. Дякую. I want to ask you, no, just keep it for a minute, but don't run away, don't stay with us. Guys, I asked you to check that QR code. Did you do that? Because it's an opportunity to write your questions. And I think we need a little bit better questions because look what we have so far. I can read a little bit. First of all, my name is Table. Who wrote that? I want to meet a person whose name is Table. How do you do? Okay, that's always a good question, yeah? Hello from Denmark. Nice. Hello from Lithuania. Where after party? Very important question. And then what is wrong? Many wrong things in the world, so let's not start. But if you have questions to Luana, please write, or maybe you can just raise your hand and maybe we will hear from you. So if you have a question for Luana, please raise your hand. Luana, tell me a little bit about yourself. How do you remember that very, very sad day of 24th of February?
Well, it's really hard to talk about it, but I will never forget this day. My mother woke up me and said that the war is right now, and I can't describe what I felt in that time, but I was hoping that it will end really soon. But as you can see, it still is going, and actually, it's a really hard question for me, and I don't think that I'm ready to speak in public. If it's okay, of course. But I don't want to share this with everyone because it's really hurtful for me.
Definitely. Best of luck. Stay strong. And your country, stay all of you strong because it's extremely, extremely difficult. Okay.
Thank you.
It's very hard topic, so yeah, no worries. Thank you. Thank you. And now, I would like to invite Director General of Council of the Baltic Sea States, Grzegorz Poznański.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Frankly speaking, after Lena's presentation, I should skip mine. But nevertheless, let me start from thanking for inviting me to this conference and to Palanga. And I would like to assure the mayor of Palanga that there is really no need to ask to come back. I'm coming back to Palanga already since many, many years, many times. First when I served here in Lithuania in the Polish embassy, and now when as a Director General of the CBSS. I was here last year. I was here 3 weeks ago for our Baltic conference organized by Commissioner Sinkiewicz. So it's always a pleasure to come back to Palanga. And Palanga is really a place of many interesting conferences, but really fantastic place also for not only summer holidays, for those who love Baltic Sea, of course. So thank you very much, and congratulations to the UBC for this conference. It's already more than 30 years that UBC is a platform for collaboration of the cities from around the Baltic Sea. And cities were always coming first. UBC was the first pan-Baltic organization, and then later on the others will follow the suit, including my organization, CBSS. And it's quite symptomatic that one of the initiators of the UBC, the late president of Gdańsk, Jacek Starościak, was a brain behind the establishing of this organization. Later on was the first Director General of the CBSS. So the cities were always first, as I say, in the Baltic Sea region collaboration. That also shows that we have really very well functioning multi-level governance structure, as we call it. We have governments, we have regions, we have cities, we have fantastic civil society, and it really proved last year on the 24th of February, where immediately all our region responded to the Russian aggression, and the region jumped out in helping and assisting Ukraine. We could see the ordinary citizens rushing to the Polish-Ukrainian border with the assistance. We could see it all over the region. I saw, when taking ferries across the Baltic, I saw the humanitarian convoys from Sweden and Norway heading to Poland and then to Ukraine, and very often organized by ordinary citizens or by the NGOs. And later on, I saw, I was coming back to Sweden with the ferries really filled with Ukrainian refugees heading to Sweden or Norway. So I'm really proud being part of the Baltic Sea region, because this region collectively did really a lot to help and assist Ukraine. In those initial days, in the aftermath, if the months after, but most importantly, today, it's doing, this region collectively is doing a lot to help Ukraine to bring up to the European standards, to make the future Ukraine-EU accession a smoother one, a smoother process, easier process for Ukraine. And this is what we all do collectively. Governments, European Commission, of course, coordinating a lot of assistance, including rebuilding, including the pre-accession work that needs to be done. But governments are doing a lot. We could hear from the cities what cities are doing, but also academia, also universities, many NGOs, and we have many private initiatives. We have very thriving civil society here in the region, and very often these are literally private initiatives to help assist Ukraine today. What I would really call for is probably to have an even better coordination. I think that we should have the coordination mechanisms here in the region to be better informed what kind of assistance is provided to Ukraine, to have kind of a stock taking, and to be better inform each other and exchange experiences. This conference is a fantastic example how the cities can collaborate and coordinate between each other and exchange the experience. But I think that this should be, as we have this multi-level governance structure, we should have such a multi-level mechanism here in the region. When I talk about the coordination mechanism, I can offer the CBSS as a good meeting place for many levels of this multi-level governance structure. As you know, we are 10 member states and the European Union, including European Commission, very much involved in our expert groups, in our projects. But our modus operandi on every level is to include the sub-regional level and the local level. We collaborate with the cities on many, many projects, on many we are inviting the cities and the regions to our expert groups. So we already have this modus operandi, and we should try to think about having the focal point to exchange the information, not to duplicate our efforts. Let's be frank, there will be no more money than we have today, for example, to assist Ukraine, but we need to spend them in a good manner. We need to spend them smartly, not to duplicate, but to really fill the blank spots. And we need this knowledge. So I really hope that this already more than 30 years strategic partnership between the CBSS and the UBC will help to establish such mechanisms. The UBC is really fantastic functioning structure with the Secretariat in Gdańsk, but also with the commissions. And we really seek the partnership on many of different projects, but also those general endeavors. Ukraine cooperation is one of the examples, but we have many different projects. And I think that at this morning session, we had a possibility to introduce to you the Baltic Sea Culturals Project, how to use culture in order to strengthen the resilience on the local level, which is very much a good example of cooperation of the CBSS with many actors, including UBC and including the local authorities here around the Baltic Sea region. I really hope that our strategic partnership with UBC will further develop, will further strengthen, so we'll be able to develop further projects for the prosperity, safety of the Baltic Sea region, further strengthening its unique regional identity, but also to do the things like assisting Ukraine together in a better coordinated manner. So I would like to wish you have a good conference. I would like to thank you for your attention. Ačiū labai.
Ačiū labai, dziękuję bardzo. Grzegorz, thank you so much. Thank you for your wise words, wise advices, and let your words have been heard, and maybe this help really will be better organized and combined. Thank you so much. Have a nice day and have a nice conference. And now, few video messages in a row. First of all, let's hear from European Commissioner, Environment, Oceans and Fisheries Department, Virginijus Sinkevičius.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine needs hope. In this time of war, it must look forward to a brighter future, a future of peace relying on durable prosperity, resource autonomy and high quality of life. That future depends on the end of the war and on a recovery where we build back better. The Commission is working closely with Ukraine, helping speed its progress on the path to the EU accession. Part of that work is helping Ukraine align its environmental laws with the EU acquis, the most ambitious body of legislation to protect the environment anywhere in the world. I would also like to mention the high-level working group on environmental consequences from the war, chaired by the Office of the President of Ukraine. This group gathers environmental leaders to support Ukraine with strategies to assess the environmental damage caused by the war and plan for a green recovery. Cooperation relays on financial support. Once adopted, the EU-Ukraine facility will support Ukraine with 50 billion euros over the next 4 years. To access this support, Ukraine is working hard on a plan for reconstruction to ensure that environmental sustainability is at the center of the future investments. But support is also needed at the technical level. Municipalities need to help to find solutions that deliver at scale, like the assistance now offered by the Union of the Baltic Cities. The EU responds in the Phoenix initiative. Phoenix is a tailor-made combination of European Commission programs targeted to support Ukrainian policymakers and civil society for a green recovery. The first part is the new European Bauhaus for Ukraine. It puts cutting-edge knowledge from a community of experts at the disposal of Ukraine for a reconstruction that is both affordable and sustainable. A further component of Phoenix is a call for research proposals dedicated to Ukraine under the Horizon Europe mission for climate neutral and smart cities. This call pairs Ukrainian cities with innovative European partners with a view to raising sustainability standards in the reconstruction effort. The selection process is now underway, and we look forward to announcing the winners. The third part of Phoenix is funding opportunities under LIFE, the EU funding program for environment. Decisions are expected very soon on developing spatial planning capacities in Ukraine with a particular focus on the management and reuse of debris and hazardous waste. Lastly, please put the 28th November in your diaries. That's the start of a 4-day conference in Vilnius, organized by European Commission on the green recovery in Ukraine. It's closely related to Phoenix, and it offers in-depth discussions and networking opportunities for policymakers, business actors, and civil society. The goal is clear: taking stock of concrete challenges and solutions to make sure the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine is green. Ladies and gentlemen, let me close by recalling that any meaningful support to Ukraine relies on the time and commitment of experts from across European cities. For this, I would like to thank you for your engagement and to wish you all the best for the conference today. Slava Ukraini!
You needed to say a little bit louder because he couldn't hear. Okay, next time, try it louder. Let's hear from Mayor of Tallinn, representative of Eurocities Treasurer, Mikhail Tolvart.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on the 24th of February 2022, Russian troops invaded Ukraine, and the world we used to know turned upside down. In the turmoil that followed, cities were the first to react. We organized temporary shelters for the thousands of refugees fleeing from Ukraine. We collected and sent all kinds of humanitarian aid to our colleagues and partners in the Ukrainian cities. We created new and recreated existing public services to suit the needs of our new Ukrainian community members. I do not by any means want to diminish the role of the national governments and the military support, but war is not just a military affair. It is a human catastrophe, and cities, being the closest level of government to their people, have the knowledge and means to support these people. We act quickly and are in our decision usually more flexible than the state. On the other hand, our resources are not unlimited. And I'm not talking only about city budgets, but also our staff and expertise. There are so many different challenges that city must solve every day, from mending potholes to fighting climate change, and the last year, this pandemic, economic and energy crisis, have made us already very vulnerable. Combining forces with each other is the only way we can continue to successfully support the cities in Ukraine while dealing with the everyday problems at home. The coordinating role of urban networks like UBC or Eurocities is vital in this process. Eurocities connects more than 200 major European cities, and from the very beginning of the war, we have been on the forefront both with emergency support and building capacity to assist Ukrainian cities in their sustainable development. But it's not only the emergency support actions, like, for example, the Generators of Hope initiative that Eurocities launched with the European Parliament, that delivered more than 300 generators to the Ukrainian cities. Nor is it just the capacity building projects like our long-term peer-to-peer learning program that matched experts from 36 European and 11 Ukrainian cities who work together on topics like sustainable mobility, integrated urban planning, and clean energy. It's also the role of networks like Eurocities and UBC to constantly keep reminding the European and global institutions that the war is not over, and we must avoid at any cost the war fatigue. The voice of one city may not be heard, but the voice of 200 cities cannot be ignored. Slava Ukraini!
And now, President of European Committee of the Regions, Vasco Alves Cordeiro.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it is with great pleasure that I address you today. I would like to start by thanking our hosts, the Union of the Baltic Cities, President Mantas Jurgutis, and the Mayor of Palanga, Šarūnas Vaitkus. Although I regret that I cannot join you, I take this opportunity to wish you a fruitful exchange. You have chosen to focus your discussions on the support to Ukraine in its reconstruction process and its path towards EU accession. Baltic Sea cities have been exemplary in their support to Ukraine. To just name a few examples. Tallinn in Estonia established a special school for Ukrainian students, employing Ukrainian teachers and teaching Ukrainian language and culture. Vaasa in Finland set up a daycare center which organizes joint activities for Ukrainian children and their parents and gathers donations for those families. Besides donating humanitarian material, ambulances and buses, Gdynia in Poland is supporting Ukrainian imports and exports through special programs set up by its seaport. I commend you all for this and other very worthy initiatives showing solidarity in action. The COR shares your efforts and stands firmly with Ukraine. After the start of Russia's war of aggression, the COR launched the European Alliance of Cities and Regions for the Reconstruction of Ukraine to advocate for a strong involvement of EU and Ukrainian local and regional authorities in the reconstruction process. I invite all your cities to join the alliance. We have taken a number of very concrete actions of support to Ukrainian cities and regions. We have opened offices in the European Committee of the Regions premises for Ukrainian cities and regions, starting with the city of Lviv. We have organized the second edition of the summer camps for Ukrainian Children Initiative, where European cities provide Ukrainian children with recreational holidays, a safe space to temporarily distract themselves from the ongoing violence. Some of your cities are among those organizing summer camps, as is the case, for example, of Palanga. I would like to warmly thank you for this. Once again, it is clear that EU cities and regions are at the forefront of supporting their Ukrainian partners. We must continue steady in our efforts to stand by Ukraine, its people, and its regional and local authorities. I wish you all a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a break, which will be very short, only 10 minutes. We hope to see you in 10 minutes, so just get quickly your espressos and please come back here. And we will continue with our plenary session. We will have more speeches, we will have some discussions, and your questions will be more than welcome. So I hope to see you all back here in 10 minutes. Thank you so much, talented and of course very loud children of Palanga. Wonderful band. They always rehearsing 6 a.m. in the morning and all neighbors love them. So best of luck to all our guests who were sitting in a first row. Can you hear me well? No, I cannot hear you. So one way or another, if you need contact of a good ear doctor, please let me know. We have good in Palanga. For new clients, I get commission, so. All right, so fantastic performance and really awoke us. It's very nice before second session, and let's begin. In this session, we will have more speeches and we will have more discussion. So your questions are more than welcome. Again, QR code for those who want to write questions at the platform Slido. But of course, you can just say your questions out loud, or we will bring microphone from anywhere you are sitting. We will start discussion soon, but first of all, let's hear from Mayor of the city of Bucha, Anatoly Fedoruk.
Доброго дня, дорогі друзі, шановні колеги. Я Анатолій Федорук, Бучанський міський голова. Перш за все, хочу подякувати вам за запрошення, за таку ініціативу провести Балтійський форум щодо підтримки українських міст, українських муніципалітетів. Для нас це дійсно сьогодні, як ніколи, важливо відчувати цю підтримку і солідарність. Українські міста, українські муніципалітети мають відчувати навіть в умовах війни вашу підтримку для того, аби інтегруватися в європейський простір, тому що ми є європейська велика родина. Виходячи із тих викликів, які мають муніципалітети України, ми вдячні за ту підтримку, яку ми маємо нині. Як приклад наведу співпраця між Бучею і містом Паланга, литовським містом Паланга, дало свої позитивні результати, виходячи із російської агресії і взагалі для розвитку Бучанської громади, тому що 10 років тісної співпраці фактично дало можливість відчути і зрозуміти один одного, підтримувати в спільних проєктах, спільних починаннях. Особливо, маючи виклики щодо військової агресії, я вдячний муніципалітету Паланги, іншим містам Литви і нашої з вами спільноти за підтримку, за приют фактично наших громадян. Вони щиро висловлюють вам вдячність і сподіваємося, що в майбутньому ті рішення і напрацювання, які будуть сьогодні ухвалені на конференції, дадуть старт для співпраці міжмуніципального співробітництва і дадуть можливість нам в майбутньому реалізовувати спільні проекти. Спільні не лише в інтересах українських муніципалітетів, а й в інтересах ваших міст, ваших громад. Тож лише разом ми можемо перемогти в цій війні, вистояти і здобути перемогу, і ця перемога буде наша з вами спільна. Тож разом до перемоги, я вдячний вам, разом з вами, на превеликий жаль, в силу об'єктивних причин не маю можливість відвідати ваш форум, але знайте і вірте, що українські міста – це є частинка Європи, це є наші з вами фактично брати і сестри.
Дякую to the mayor of Bucha. And now, as I said, we will have some discussions, some speeches. We will be discussing in groups of 3 or 2 people. So I would like to invite first group, and that is Mayor of Liepāja, member of the Committee of the Regions, Gunnars Ansins. As well, at our conference, supposed to perform Deputy Mayor of Gdynia, Katarzyna Gruszecka-Spihala. Unfortunately, plans have changed, so we are invited Maya Wagner. She represents municipality of Gdynia. She is head of culture department. Hello. And then, Mayor of Gotland, Mate Follen. Hello, take your seats. So as I said, we'll be hearing from you, and after that we will have some discussion. So first of all, dear Gunnars, I would like to invite some to present your speech.
Hello, everyone. You know, I'm the mayor who is always asking questions before I'm starting. Do you know the name called Liepāja? Who knows?
Yeah.
Could you raise hands? Not so many, not so many. But I'm happy that someone in auditorium knows the name Liepāja. Liepāja is a city, I would like to say small-scale city. Just some facts about the city of Liepāja. It's the third biggest city in Latvia. Just to understand location itself, it's close by Palanga. By the fact, 100 years ago, Palanga was part of Latvia. Maybe you know this. But at the same time, with a small city, we are willing also to discover new international fields. For example, in next year in Liepāja, we will organize World Rally Championship. We're on the way, together with our capital city, Riga, to be climate neutral city in 2013. And of course, we will be a capital of culture, Europe capital of culture in 2027. This was a very short introduction about the city itself. But of course, today we are having a very important topic, how cities acting and doing in relation supporting Ukraine. Today, I would like to say the situation is more complicated. Just a few weeks ago, on the news, we had another war. The war with Palestinians in Israel. This is making our lives in the Baltic Sea region more difficult. For example, 1 year ago, does someone of you believe that the schools, kindergartens in your cities each day will receive emails regarding bombs, regarding terroristic acts in the Baltic Sea region cities? If someone asked me 1 year ago, I did not believe this. But Ukrainian cities already had this experience of tragedy. Therefore, I would like to say we are as a cities have to be standing for Ukrainian cities, standing and working together to support. City of Liepāja, like I said, it's a small city, 70,000 inhabitants. But what we did? From day one, we provided all support to people who came as refugees to Latvia and to Liepāja. In Liepāja case, we have a little bit different situation because we had a ferry line connecting Liepāja with Germany. And Liepāja became a base for transit passengers. At the same time, we take care of each person who is coming to Liepāja with housing, with food, with first aid, what Ukrainians needed. Of course, if you are talking about numbers of people who was visiting Liepāja for a transit, it was more than the people who were staying in the city of Liepāja. Today we are having approximately 1,500 Ukrainians who are living in the city of Liepāja. We are trying, together with our NGOs, support learning languages, trying to find the jobs, and trying to integrate in society. But at the same time, I think it's very important for the cities is also very strong highlighting our attitudes to this particular case. And therefore, from the city of Liepāja, together with the embassies, we are also bringing a number of exhibitions in the city of Liepāja, just to describing how real life is in the cities was bombed in Ukraine. It was a very short case from Liepāja, but I think UBC have to be one organization in the Baltic Sea region who will coordinate all support activities through the number of NGOs, through direct support to cities in Ukraine. For example, Liepāja is also, as a climate-neutral city in 2013, is supporting this concept for Berdyansk. The city has already started moving forward for climate-neutral city. And today, with support of Liepāja, we will try to do our best to support the city itself, of course, after war will be ended. Thank you very much indeed for a very short 7 minutes time from Liepāja.
Paldies! Paldies! Thank you so much. So, Maya, now your turn.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My heart beats so fast. I think it's still due to the fantastic drums that we presented, and not, I hope, not to the fact that I'm a bit nervous doing that presentation on behalf of the Deputy Mayor of Gdynia that unfortunately couldn't arrive today. But I will do my best and would like to present you all the necessary things that took place in Gdynia and are still being done for the Ukrainians to support Ukrainian people. I've got the huge privilege to be here, and I'm extremely proud to be able to tell you a few words and actions that we do in our city. Gdynia has recently been awarded the title of the child-friendly city. This is the initiative of the UNICEF's LETS project that supports municipal governments in realizing the rights of children at the local level using the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child as its foundation. What is a child-friendly city? Broadly speaking, it is a city where children are protected from exploitation, violence, and abuse, have a good start in life and grow up healthy and cared for. Therefore, all the actions that we took as the city of Gdynia was also to support Ukrainian children to have the feeling of being equally taken care of in our city. UNICEF decided to support Gdynia's efforts in helping Ukrainians in July 2022 by donating over 7 million euros to the projects that we do in our city aimed at children and families as such. The program entitled Spilno, which means together, was released in our city. This program covers almost 100 projects that are being done in our city. Projects ranging from culture, education, to the also psychological support. But as you can see, those are different projects, and I would not have enough time here to talk about every singular one. However, some of them that I would like to present to you are like violence prevention, which is also, as I said at the very beginning, one of the aims of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Children, that each child would be equally prevented from the violence, domestic violence, or cities violence as such. We had thought about taking care of, as you see in the plan, 20 families. Results are less, 19. But when it comes to the persons, the results are higher. Still, we are working on that, and you can see that working on the violence prevention in Gdynia is one of our main aims. Also, social benefits. The huge range of the support when it comes to the financial support we do take care in our city. As you can see, all those parameters show you the number of the not only money invested or supported for the particular families, but also a whole range of the local initiatives, local authorities, local organizations that take place and are involved in the whole program of Spilno. Culture as one of the main parts of making Ukrainian children welcome in our city, children that would have the feeling of importance of their heritage and that what they bring to our society. This is not only, as it is written here, the language lessons, the programs of showing the Polish culture, but also to make Ukrainian culture visible and seen as such in the local institution, non-governmental organization, by making exhibition, musical concerts, and so on, so on. Also education. In Gdynia we've got 26,000 students in the kindergarten, starting from the kindergarten, primary school, till secondary school. Nearly 20% of them are Ukrainians. Each school is equipped with the tutors of Ukrainian language support so that the children in our schools from the Ukraine will feel safe and will be heard. Other activities that you can see that we do are assisted living, information support, social work with dysfunctional families, and foster care. You may wonder, who is that person on the picture, in the picture over there? And I was wondering also in the meaning, I know who is that person, but why was it implemented in the presentation today? It is Antoni Suchanek, one of the most popular Polish painters, experienced in marine themes. He beloved the Baltic. He painted almost 200 or even more paintings of our sea. But was that the reason why he's involved in the presentation? To show the common thing, our love for the Baltic. Or maybe it is because he experienced the trauma and loss during the Second World War, where almost all of his family was shot down by German Nazis. Or maybe because of his heroic ideas concerning protecting the most valuable painting of the Polish people, Polish nation, Battle of Grunwald, Żelginis, which was 4 meters high, 10 meters long. And it was a symbol of national heritage, pride, and identity. Nonetheless, due to the inheritance and testimony of the Suchanek, I feel obliged, me personally as Maya, the person that's responsible for the culture in my city, to say that we will survive as the people, as the society, and as the humanity only if we act together. Spilno. Slava Ukrainie.
Maya, thank you so much. And now Mayor of Gotland, Mate Pollen.
For the little person, lower this one. Yeah. There is Gotland. You can see the island in the middle of the Baltic Sea. and I'm the mayor of Gotland. And I thank you so much, Mayor Vaitkus of Palanga, and I also thank Mr. President of the UBC, Mr. Jurgutis, for gathering us here today in the beautiful city of Palanga. I already love it, and yes, I will be back. Maybe not once, but twice, or something even better than that, in the middle of the Baltic Sea to discuss these very important questions and the support of the Baltic cities of Ukraine. As Mayor of Gotland, I wish to share with you my community's long-term relationships with a village called Zmejevka in Kherson Oblast. And I will talk about what we are doing together there. I will also tell you about the relationship and how we have cooperated and how we now support Zmejevka during the war. But first, of course, some words about Gotland. On Gotland, there is 61,000 of us islanders living as permanent residents. And during summer, we triple that. Maybe it's the same here. Typical tourist destination. And we have on Gotland welcomed near 300 Ukrainian refugees, mostly women, kids, and also some families. They all study Swedish now. They go to work, go in preschools and schools, doing sports, and some have started companies. It's not easy, of course, but it is a very tough situation, but the islanders really do what we can. And Gotland has a very long history together with the village Zmejevka in Ukraine. Zmejevka is located next to the Dnieper River, 80 kilometers north of Crimea. And the story of the village is really fascinating. Swedish farmers from the island Hiiumaa in present Estonia founded the village in 1782. And they were forcibly moved there by Russia's Empress Catherine the Great and lived there for 150 years and kept their Swedish language and traditions, and still do today. After hard times, the villagers were given permission to leave and go home to Sweden in 1929. And most of them ended up on Gotland. And we have them still there. Some villages, although, get back to the Zmejevka village, and still we have relationships going on between Zmejevka and Sweden. We have the same names, and we understand each other very well. And Region Gotland has been a twin city with Zmejevka, or as we say in Swedish, Gammel Svenskby, or in English, Old Swedish Village, since 2001. And during this period, we have initiated a number of cooperation projects and activities. And the cooperations has focused on agriculture development, promotion of the tourism sector, and on democracy and democracy processes. The cooperation has been by ICLD, the Swedish International Center of Local Democracy. Many members of staff and politicians have visited Zmejevka throughout the years, and vice versa. And the cooperation has led to empowering local leaders in their capacity to create local collaboration initiatives and businesses that contribute to local growth and cohesion. And it has been beneficial to Gotland too, since it gives our member of staff a chance to exchange and develop their skills and new tools of development. The main result, although, consists of human interaction and trust. And early in February the 24th, 2022, the villagers of Zmejevka were awakened by the sounds of bombings. The village was Russian-occupied territory for 7 months. The mayor was captured and tortured. The village was liberated by Ukrainian army in November and has been in the front zone ever since. The village has no electricity today, and there is a lack of water and internet. The village is constantly terror bombed. as the Russian army is located on the other side there of the river, as you saw. And several civilian villagers have been killed. And in April this year, the village school was destroyed, as the right-hand side of the picture shows. And just 2 weeks ago, the cultural center in the central village was completely destroyed. And that's the picture to the left. Every week, of course, several houses are destroyed and people are injured. Many villagers have had to leave, and today it's about 200 of them still in Zmejevka. So how to operate aid given the situation is something we have been thinking a lot of on Gotland and together with the people living there. On Gotland we have an association called Svenskbyborna, and it's the relatives of the people that lived in Zmejevka. They started a war fundraiser as soon as the war broke out, and in close cooperation with the villagers, the association has made several emergency aid efforts. Region Gotland has helped the association by actually employing an emergency aid coordinator, which coordinates the aid work. In these difficult times, the long-term personal relationships between citizens and members of the staff in the twin cities have been important both to Zmejevka and Gotland. And without these personal commitments, it would have been impossible, I think, to sustain the line of transport aid, not to mention the distribution of aid locally. So the key word is, of course, trust in each other and in our cooperation. And we work together still, and we have had some 20 aid actions with more than 250,000 euros of worth that the Association of Gamle Svenskby and Region Gotland has orchestrated. And we are now planning a feasibility study with Berislav Oblast for future cooperation. It could start 2024. But it all depends of the state of the war, of course. A sustainable reconstruction in Zmejevka involves, of course, a number of areas. The list is long. The long-term relationship make it possible to really discuss together the ways of work needed now. And focus will be now on anchoring work to involve local residents. So the local dimension and place-based approach is of great importance. Now it is all about the long-term relations and contacts, and we discuss together to raise awareness around mainly two questions. Why prepare ourselves to be able to receive funds for reconstruction? It is not an easy question if you meet war every day. And why prepare ourselves long-term for a EU entry? It is, of course, a challenge to, during war, dare to dream about and plan for the future. But it is in the same time crucial. When peace, the long-term goal for the village is to build society from the ground with sustainable infrastructure, in particular water and sewage system, fiber and energy. And we have so far looked into some areas that we could bring us together with Zmejevka that could make sense in the upbuilding of the village. Water is available, but sewage system is not. Garbage disposal and garbage system are missing. It is collected and burnt, and here Gotland, of course, can be of help. Houses are destroyed to the ground. For long-term sustainability, there is a need to focus on attractive living environments for younger people, as we have talked about here in many discussions this day. And here, enabling remote work and access to good housing could be a way. And if it will be possible, there must be a vibration. I mean, the internet must be working. And Gotland is very good in vibration, so we can also here do good. 70% of the houses are ruined, and it's a village with a long history, with some cultural heritage. So it is important that the character of the village is respected. I represent Visby. It's a Hanseatic town, and we have worked a lot with cultural heritage, so we hope that we can also do that together. And here we can see that also the royalties in Sweden are very much in thinking of the Ukrainian and the Zmejevka also. This is the King and Queen of Sweden, and they support the active work we do in Zmejevka. This is a meeting with Ukrainian kids in Gotland. Another asset is that Sweden will have a special responsibility for Kherson Oblast, where Zmejevka is located. So therefore we also work together vis-à-vis the Swedish government, not least the foreign ministry. So long-term cooperation, building relations over decades has built trust. And we can now and must deepen that even more, take it into new dimensions of togetherness. Strategic competence and expertise in multiple areas will be needed, and we on Gotland will, of course, be ready. We can be partners in this. So, dear friends and colleagues, we have a lot of work ahead of us in Europe and in UBC. I sincerely hope that UBC also can find ways to contribute in different strategic and executive ways once peace dawns in Ukraine. So let's do this together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Mate, please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running a little bit out of time, but if you have your questions, please raise hands and we will address those questions. As well, once again, I remind you that you can write your questions on the Slido platform. So, one by one, shortly, quickly, where is microphone? It's here. Mate, I want to start with you. Thank you, really. It was nice to hear about Gotland, which is very nearby. Yeah. Nearby? How many kilometers from here?
Yeah. The most nearby is Sweden. We can come.
Yeah, we need.
So you must all come there, and we will welcome you warmly, of course. Yeah.
160.
I mean, we should be together always.
Doable. Okay, mate, just a quick question. Sweden, and there are talks about NATO. You know, Sweden in NATO, not in NATO. In NATO, not in NATO. So how it changes general feeling of Swedish people? Like, what are your thoughts about NATO now? And I don't know, will you feel more relaxed once Turkey will sort these things out?
I mean, the whole war situation, as close to us as it is, even if it's, of course, worse always for the Ukrainians, has changed the NATO question in Sweden total. I mean, we have always been independent and we have relied on independenceness. But with the war so close to us, the Swedish, I think maybe not all, but mostly people now think that NATO is a good idea. And in Gotland, of course, as the east flank of Gotland and NATO, in that sense, we see a lot of change also on Gotland. As an island, islands also always have a special vulnerability when it comes to like energy, harbors and communications and stuff like that. So.
If I'm counting right now, we do have 31 members of NATO, so I believe that 33 would be that fabulous number, because Sweden and Ukraine, let's hope it's soon to become NATO members. So very quickly, questions from Slido. Gunnars, to you, given our limited financial resources, what strategies can we employ to address the issue of supporting Ukraine effectively?
Sorry, it's on. You know, it's not always a question about money, because each inhabitant may also support. For example, when the first Ukrainian family moved to Liepāja, it was supported by inhabitants of the city. I was really surprised, and each of Liepa inhabitants just opened a door, opened his property, and provide everything which was possible. Therefore, I would like to say it's not only about money, but it's about culture, about the past. For example, I remember the stories from my grandfather and grandmother after the World War II, how a number of people was moved to Gotland, how Gotland families support Latvians. You know, we used to had this before, but nobody believes that it will happen today in Europe.
Deeply in our hearts, deeply in our memories. Maya, that will be last question. Could you name one initiative for helping Ukrainians in Gdansk? Gdynia. Gdansk is nearby, yeah? In Gdynia.
Yes. Hello, Gdańsk. I'm always very happy to be close to you.
Yeah, cool. Same letters, more or less. But okay, let's talk about Gdynia for now. Could you name one initiative which touches your heart very strongly? I mean, of course, helping Ukrainians, and maybe which is happening now, it's about soon to happen.
Well, I think all those issues that are concerning sustaining the Ukrainian culture and showing all the spectrum of it in our cultural institutions. It's starting from the musical theater, but also to the local non-governmental organizations that work with the artists, that work with the painters, and that the Ukrainians can have the place to exploit their heritage, but also to show us Polish people the richness of their culture and their heritage. So I think all the non-governmental organizations, together with the institutional culture run by the municipality, bearing in mind not to give Polish culture, but to drag from what we can get.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your humanity, for your help, and for your sincere words. Thank you. See you soon. I remind you that we were talking with the mayor of Liepaja, Gunnars Ansins, Maya Wagner, municipality of Gdynia, head of culture department, and mayor of Gotland, Mate Folin. And now, let's move to Gdansk. Deputy Mayor of Gdansk, Piotr Gzelak, and the Deputy Mayor of Riga, Linda Ozola. Hello.
Firstly, I'd like to make an announcement that we love each other with Gdynia, so it is not a huge problem.
And I know that a festival is happening somewhere, yeah? Open air, famous festival.
Festival is in Gdynia, and we support this festival. We are very happy. In the morning, I had the opportunity to say a little bit about actions which Gdańsk is involved in helping Ukraine. And let me now focus on my private emotions, my private thoughts about the situation and about the role of the UBC. From current aid to support of the pre-accession process, this is the title of my presentation. This is, for me, one of the most symbolic photos. First day after the occupation of Kherson, on the main square, on the main monument in central square of Kherson, an European flag flies next to the Ukrainian. The truth is that there are two dreams. Peace, this is the first one, and joining the United Europe, this is the second dream of the Ukrainian nation. So the heart of Europe right now is in Ukraine. But let me say about some thoughts about the current situation. Let's stop for a moment and focus on it. focus on the Ukrainian cities situation. There are no cities without victims of war. This is the main street of Khmelnytsky when we were in July. Faces of fallen heroes looking at you during coffee or having fun with friends. This is a strong message. Your freedom you owe to these people. Second thing is living in the everyday danger of shelling, especially at night. Just not let you sleep. Especially eastern and southern municipalities have problems with critical infrastructure. They need tools and means to repair water, sewage and heating system. The challenge is how to maintain the blood circulation of the city. Residential areas are touched by airstrikes. Big challenges for the Ukrainian mayors, for me they are heroes, with keeping people in the city and giving them the opportunity to live. But instead of all of these circumstances, we can see the very strong will to rebuild and go into EU direction. There is a specific situation of the cities nearby the front line. I'd like to talk about it on the example of Kherson. I know I cannot see, but Vitaly from Kherson is here. I know you can say more details, but let me say some my perspective details. For me, this photograph is also very symbolic. This is the main gate to the city. We are standing together with the head of the military administration of Kherson, Roman Mroczko, in the middle, replacing a mayor for a tough time. We were asked to wear bulletproof vests and helmets. Mayor, I mean Roman Mroczko, and his colleagues wear casual clothes because they try to continue normal life in the city. You cannot hear it on the photo, but in the background there is constant artillery sound. But the circumstances, administration does everything to bring to the city the normal life. A few photos from Kherson. People are living in the constant danger. At the other side of Dnipro River, in the middle, the photo, Russians try to harass the city. Constant danger is present as well in their flats as on the bus stops. So the local authorities built special shelters to hide from bombs. But still, you can see people living and even having the beer in the streets of that city. Nearby this photo, next to the Dnipro River, we find some guys drinking a beer. They try to have their everyday life. You can see the first sign of EU presence. In the middle, up, you can see the billboard behind me, and my colleague Jacek Bandykowski from Gdańsk Foundation says, "Together we are Europe." Of course, completely different situation is in the cities under the occupation. But even there, the local authorities do their best to maintain the community and to prepare for the occupation. Mariupol's mayor, Vadim Boychenko, focuses on two programs. First one is I Am Mariupol. The program which main goal is to support the diaspora of Mariupol citizens who are in different cities of Ukraine, maintaining health, kindergarten, cultural, and many, many more services. And the second one is preparing for the occupation. Mariupol Reborn, preparing urban and economic strategy for the rebuilding process. Gdańsk, as well as Polish metropolis, support this process, as Mariupol is our twin city. What can be the answer of our family, of the UBC family? For now, this is the systematic aid to help with the challenge of maintaining the blood circulation within the cities. On behalf of the initiative Polish Cities to Ukraine, we brought to Ukrainian cities in Kryvyi Rih several special purpose cars used to repair the water system. But this is only one of the examples. I know you, and you showed in former presentation, do a lot of support a lot of different needs. But what's the very important factor? The very important factor is to try to build a network at the same time. A network based on direct and personal relations. And let me tell you some thoughts, maybe just for a discussion, what can we do as a UBC, as a network? For example, let me say, planning cities as well as smart and prospering cities commissions can be involved in the process of preparing Mariupol Reborn strategy or any other occupied cities strategy. Safe Cities Commission can exchange experiences about the crisis situation. Right now, we can learn a lot as well. Sustainable Cities Commission can cooperate within the areas of integrated urban water management and sustainable urban mobility. And the cities of the UBC in general can fund a scholarship for the Ukrainian clerks supporting competences in the pre-accession process. Ukraine will be the member of European Union, and the UBC, I think, should help in this process. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo. Linda Ozola, Deputy Mayor of Riga.
Dear colleagues all around the Baltic Sea and dear colleagues from Ukraine who are present here, it's a real pleasure to meet you all in Palanga. And also on behalf of Riga, I would like to thank the organizers for a very nicely organized event, for very nice weather, but even more so for all the musical treats that you have prepared for us. And as far as I understand, this is not all that we have experienced, so there's something yet to come. Indeed, sincere thank you for it. I will touch upon some experiences from Riga on what has happened during 1.5 years after the war was started in Ukraine last February, and some lessons we have learned. And I think also for the UBC and all of our cities, this is a window of opportunity to think about resilience, to think about safety, civil defense issues in our own cities and in the network around the Baltic Sea. And we should not miss this opportunity to improve in all these points. So I will talk a little bit about the situation in Latvia and the framework that we are operating since last February, give you some statistics about Riga, tell us the story about the support center for Ukrainian civilians that we have established, and we are really proud of that, and a little bit of city-to-city support experience. So in Latvia, Ukrainian refugees that we have accommodated, we don't look upon them as asylum seekers. That's a different legislation, different framework. But we look upon them basically as EU nationals, because we have a special law we have passed to treat Ukrainian nationals that have arrived to our country seeking refuge as our local citizens. And that's really, I think, also a huge demonstration of our attitude and how we treat the situation Ukraine is in. And what it means, so we have primary assistance that we have offered since day one for the Ukrainians who arrive. We accommodate them, we have some catering offered. All the social support that Latvian nationals and EU nationals are entitled to are available also for Ukrainian citizens. Not more, but nothing less than that. And also, throughout the very from the very beginning, our approach in helping Ukrainians has been how to give a fishing rod, not a fish. So what we want to help people live independent lives. I think that's human dignity, basically. We all want to be independent. That makes us, it makes it easier for us to respect ourselves. So we want to get people in the labor market, because job is basically what we all need to live an independent life as quickly as possible. So there's also a special entitlement for every Ukrainian who finds a job in the very beginning. So this is a proportion, women, children and men, and I think these percentage numbers are interesting because they really reflect the fact that people are fleeing from war. So these are not, well, it is an issue, of course, in Europe as well, with the economic migrants from other countries in the world. But when people flee from war, so this is the percentage that you get, and men, which is the 23% of Ukrainians who reside in, or who have arrived in Latvia, are in absolute minority. So these are our numbers. Half of Ukrainians that are established after the war in Latvia are in Riga, so those are close to 24,000 Ukrainians. And this does not include transit people, because we have huge transits from Russia through Latvia to European Union, and up until last week it was also vice versa. But yeah, transit can be measured in hundreds of thousands, of course. In the very beginning, when we started registering Ukrainians, I think it was daily up to 1,000 Ukrainians being registered in Latvia. So now we have approximately 20 to 30 new registrations per day. So, and in the schools, we have 1,500 school children in our primary and secondary schools, and close to 1,000, it's around 900 who are in our kindergartens. And more so, approximately 150 teachers from Ukraine. So Ukrainians who have arrived, we have managed to give them a job in our schools and kindergartens as teacher assistants, or in some cases, if their language proficiency in Latvian is good enough, they can even be teachers in kindergartens. And one more thing, the last point on this slide is something also as we, as municipality, have really invested in, is to organize job fairs to help Ukrainians find jobs. So what we did, we brought together potential employers. We started with our municipal companies, as well as our institutions, like educational institutions, to invite, to come and present the available vacancies, inform Ukrainian community about it, and let the potential employer and employee meet. So during this 1.5 years approximately, we have had 4,700 vacancies offered, and approximately 1/3 of them are filled. So when the employer and the employee managed to meet and find each other. So we started with municipal companies and vacancies, and then it just grew, inviting state companies and private entities, finding really very good experts, also engineers, and all the possible professions. So the biggest lesson that we had. Latvia is a country without any really huge experience with accepting refugees on a major scale. We don't have that experience. Well, our EU countries in the south of Europe, they have a lot of experience, but we didn't have. And we didn't have even really clear-cut action plans. So what do we do with such an influx of refugees in the capital city? So believe me, I was sweating a lot on those very first days when the war started, when we realized, we guessed what is coming, so what to do and how to organize this influx of people, how to help them. And then talking days and nights, together with our experts who have worked in the municipality for decades, we put our heads together. And here I want to emphasize the word cooperation. And in a situation of crisis, it's much easier than in an everyday situation. That when politicians and our civil servants, and then when municipality and the state institutions manage in a crisis situation to pull the resources together, then to find out really how things should be organized. And in a mere 2 or 3 days, we came to a conclusion that we will organize a one-stop shop approach, one-stop shop center, support center for Ukrainians, so that we don't make those people run around the city, which is a capital city. It is big enough to get lost there in a country where you don't speak the language, and to look for different services, national, state institutions, municipal institutions, with children, with minor children, how to organize all of this. So what we managed, we organized the center getting in their state, our state, like Migration Service, National Health Service, and National Employment Agency, all the institutions that can be very important for a person arriving in a new country, getting their municipal services like social service, our educational department, so that you can get your children into kindergarten or schools, and many others, and NGOs offering humanitarian aid if that is needed. To get all that in one place so that people who arrive to Riga, they have to learn only one address and they can get all the answers there. It is a pretty unique thing, actually. We have changed the location several times, 3 times actually, because the situation of refugee flows has changed. But the first one that we opened, it is a building just opposite the Russian embassy. It was a very symbolic place, actually, where this center was located. So currently it is in the old town, and it still serves 550 people per day, because people are coming back to these centers, and at the same time we have not reduced the quality of the services we offer to our nationals, who basically pay taxes, and we have to serve them as our primary clients, of course. And here the very good result, the way we organized it swiftly, of course, because we are a city, we can react, and we are more flexible as compared to our government, of course, well, that's the fact. But then cooperation, this trust, and the fact that we organize the service thinking from the point of view of a refugee. We didn't describe or create a service in a cabinet of a ministry, because then it's very often, and we all know that, it can be very artificial with a lot of obstacles. But when you think from the perspective of the client, if I arrive in a new city, don't understand the language, know nothing, with a little child, or few, or several, what are the questions that I have and what kind of answers I need? And then you start creating a service. So this is really a great experience, and we're looking how to keep this concept alive also in future. Well, we have, of course, some challenges and things we have to answer. Currently, we're really putting a lot of resources in teaching the language, offering quality courses, because, of course, the language is a door to the labor market. And if you have a job, I mean, that's a door to living an independent life. And some words on initiatives supporting other Ukrainian cities. Of course, we have tried to do everything we can, try to be very creative. We raised, in our city, we raised the flags all around the city. At the city council, a day before the war started, and the Ukrainian flags are all over Riga still. We have done a lot through the language of culture, but of course also very practical support. The buses that our municipal company could, so far, we have allocated 30 buses to Kiev and Chernihiv region, which is a good thing. Those who are of you who do that, every time we send buses to Ukraine, we allow our people to fill the buses with humanitarian aid. We have had 2 portions of buses sent, and they brought, I don't know, approximately 100 tons of humanitarian aid bought by citizens alone. And I think it's very important to give this feeling of ownership, that it's not only institutions supporting, but those are our people supporting Ukraine. And actually, when we speak about transport, different transport vehicles, this is not so much related to Riga, but we turned out to be kind of transport and mobility lovers. My colleague from Liepaja already mentioned the World Rally Championship that's going to take place in Latvia, at least one part of it, next year. But you know, sometimes those rally people rally on the roads of Latvia. They get fined, and sometimes you have drunk drivers who also get fined. And in the case of Latvia, you can get your car confiscated. So actually, our parliament has been very creative, and they decided that these confiscated cars are also sent and handed over to the Ukrainian army. So we have quite a number, not only of municipal buses, but also cars that the drunk drivers, unfortunately, have misused, but they are now serving a good purpose and helping emergency services in Ukraine and also the Ukrainian army. And another, one more initiative I would like to point out after the disaster with the Kakhovka Dam. Of course, there was a need for pure water. And we received a lot of letters, as many of you did, most probably, emphasizing that this is a need in Ukraine. And a Latvian company thought about a mobile water purification station. And why I like this project, because it serves basically both countries, Ukraine and Latvia. And I see this initiative, which municipality supported financially, also as an investment in our civil defense, so that we are more ready should any crisis come. And the last picture, which shows 2 glasses of water, the yellow one was taken from a nearby pond in Riga, in a very industrial area, and the clear one is drinking water. It takes approximately 5 minutes to get the water through all the filters, and I tried it. I'm still there, still here, so it's a really good one and serves its purpose and is a mobile thing. And I understand I have to finish. What looking into the future, one more sentence. I really enjoyed the Ukrainian young people coming here and speaking, because when we think how we can help Ukraine and how we can help each other and strengthen our network around the Baltic Sea region. So investment in young people is, to my mind, a top priority. I'm happy that also youngsters within the UBC network are coming together also prior to this general conference and learning to take ownership of decision making that influences our countries. So helping our youngsters, and it also helps to build the resilience of our communities. And of course, as I mentioned in the very beginning, I think this is a window of opportunity also to invest in our civil defense and resilience of our region. And I don't think anybody doubts the priority of this. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Paldies. Linda, please join us shortly. Piotr, Gunnars, mayor of Liepāja, a little bit earlier, he said that, yeah, money is important, but sometimes even more than that is important how people are reacting, initiatives of people. Were you surprised of reactions of people of Gdansk? Because, of course, there were many, many Ukrainian refugees from in Poland. So what was reactions of Gdansk people?
I think I was actually proud of Gdańsk citizens because till now we didn't have any bigger accidents with our guests. I mean, with hosting our guests. And you have to remember that Gdańsk is almost 500,000 people, and in the high peak it was like 180,000 new citizens coming to the city. So flats and so on. There are problems, of course, with this situation, but I can say that Gdańsk citizens showed solidarity once again.
Thank you. And Linda, you mentioned that countries in our regions, we don't have much experience with the big amount of refugees, right? What do you think? What we have learned so far?
What I'm sure, and I'm sure Piotr will agree with me, as many other colleagues. First of all, we are very open. We are ready to help in the crisis situation. Like some other colleagues mentioned, our people opened their doors and accepted refugees in their homes, but real refugees, people flying from war. And then what is the most important in the case of Latvia is the word cooperation, 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 be it vertical, be it horizontal, be it diagonal, I don't know, all the possible. You can do things only if you trust each other and if you cooperate. Of course, also in between the countries, but also, well, this culture of cooperation is the very essence seen from a perspective of my city.
So let's continue of trusting each other and of cooperating of all of us together, and of course all of Baltic Sea cities and Ukrainian cities. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dziękuję bardzo. Paldies. And now, I would like to invite Deputy Mayor of Turku, Finland, Elina Rantanen, and Lord Mayor of Greifswald, Germany, Dr. Stefan Fassbinder.
So, dear UBC family and honored guests, I'm very happy that we are discussing today how cities can help Ukraine, Ukrainian cities and people, because as we have heard already today, cities change the world. In addition to international and national actions that have been taken, there are so many activities and cooperation going on local level, on a grassroots level, that it most certainly makes a difference. And I'm very impressed by everything that I've heard from our peer cities so far. And I'm very glad to tell a few examples from my home city, Turku, in southwest corner of Finland, the oldest city, celebrating its 800th anniversary in 2029, how we have supported Ukraine. And we have already heard about these same actions and activities from many cities. So I'm trying to keep it pretty brief, but I think that we have a lot to share and discuss even after this conference. After Russia's brutal attack to Ukraine in February 22, we did some immediate decisions. We suspended our relationships with Russia, with our twin city, St. Petersburg, and we decided to show support to Ukraine with symbols such as lightening our library bridge that you saw on the previous picture with the colors of Ukraine's flag, and flew flags to our city centers' flagpoles. And they are still there. They will be there until the war is over, because as the youth representative today said here, we cannot forget. And these symbols, although they mean nothing in practice to support Ukraine, they keep the war in our minds and are important in that way. And in the next city board meeting that we had after the war, we decided about humanitarian aid to Ukraine together with several other Finnish cities. What happened after that was that also us in Finland, we received refugees from Ukraine, not to the nearly same amounts as the Polish cities or the Latvian cities that we heard earlier. We have from 5,000 to 6,000 Ukrainian refugees in the southwest corner of Finland. Most of them are in Turku region. But anyway, we have wanted to welcome refugees from Ukraine in several different ways. We had last semester one full school full of children who were taught in Ukrainian language, or Ukrainian children who were of course taught also Finnish and Swedish languages that we speak, and daycare, housing, counseling in Ukrainian language, and social support, all of these activities that are part of resettling refugees from Ukraine. And I really like that we have talked so much about cooperation. We have had lots of cooperation as a city together with organizations working with refugees and with people in Turku. This has been one of the best parts of the horrible situation in Europe, that people have shown all over the Europe so much support and sympathy towards Ukrainian people, opening their doors, wanting to donate help to people. And we have also a very active association of Ukrainian people living in Turku, and from their initiative, we launched the Turku Ukraine Center a year ago in our office building that serves during the office hours as an international house Turku for immigration services. And in the evenings, it serves as a Turku Ukraine Center where the association organizes leisure time activities such as cooking clubs or language classes for children or whatever they wish to organize there. And we have had Ukrainian people in Turku with a temporary protection, and now after 1 year they can seek to be inhabitants in a certain municipality, and we wish to have many new inhabitants who want to stay in Turku for a short or a long time. In August 22, we signed a sister city agreement with the city of Kharkiv, and I think this is a key element in city-to-city cooperation that has taken place in many UBC cities, and a very influential way to cooperate between the cities. Last Christmas, we started the practical cooperation, bringing a donation with heaters, generators and water pumps to Kharkiv, and we are going to continue it this year with a donation of city buses. Some presentation mentioned that they had earlier relationships with Ukrainian cities, sister city relationships. We didn't have. We have sister cities in many countries in Europe, but we didn't have a sister city in Ukraine before. But now we have Kharkiv, and whether it's an old relationship or a new one, I think it's something really to focus on in the future years. Because now we are, of course, I think, all over Europe looking forward to the time when the war is over, looking towards reconstruction of Ukraine and Ukrainian cities. We are involved in a Eurocities project focusing on sustainable reconstruction of Ukraine, and we also host, together with the city of Hamburg, the Baltic Sea Strategy Point that offers a network for cities for concrete help, for example, related to water management in Ukraine. And at the same time that we are looking already forward to the time of reconstruction, we want to emphasize the role of culture as well. We had, for example, Ukrainian artists in our art house in a summer residence, and we have Ukrainian school children this Christmas to come to perform in Turku to familiarize ourselves with the Ukrainian culture, and also to emphasize the importance of culture in reconstruction of Ukraine. I think that we as cities and city networks have a lot of opportunities to help Ukraine and Ukrainian cities in the present time and coming years. And I think that it's the most valuable thing that we discuss this matter also here as a union of the cities locating so close to Ukraine, and with a history, the 30 years of history of cooperating together and helping each other to become ever better cities. Thank you.
Kiitos. Thank you, Elina. And now I would like to invite Lord Mayor of Greifswald, Dr. Stefan Fassbender, and Laura Ann.
Thank you very much, dear guests. Since 2005, Greifswald has been known as a university and scientific city. Because we are a very small city and not everybody knows about us, please allow me to say a few words about Greifswald. The name encapsulates two key components of the city's history and identity. Our population is growing, but still a small one, 60,000 inhabitants. The university in particular ensures that Greifswald is a very young city. As the city's largest employer, the university is also a major factor in our economy. In recent years, Greifswald has developed into an internationally renowned center for science, technology, and research, particularly in the fields of health, bioeconomy, plasma physics, and their interdisciplinary applications. Due to this, many international people are living in Greifswald, and 10% of our students are from abroad. In addition to interesting jobs, the city offers a high quality of life, along with a wide range of sporting and cultural activities. 24th of February last year changes a lot. From the first day, an enormous willingness to help was to see in Greifswald. In one day, the meeting room of the city council was filled with donations. A Greifswald bus company, together with colleagues from Rostock, drove 6 buses full of donations to the Ukrainian border for several weeks. We also helped our sister cities in Poland, Szczecin and Golenów, for example, with the care of disabled refugees. The western Ukrainian city of Drohobych has been our sister city since 2017. In 2022 and 23, we participated in a founding program of the German government. Aid worth almost 200,000 euros went to Drohobych, especially equipment for schools. But to be true, the city administration couldn't solve all these challenges without many volunteers. And because of that, I brought with me Laura Ann Schröder. She was and still is coordinating the work of many volunteers and will go a little bit more in details. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Laura Ann. I'm a trauma pedagogic and a trauma consultant. I am in charge of the Child and Youth Welfare Agency, ZORA. Our main occupation is to take care of traumatized children and young people with and without migration background. But today, above all, I speak mainly as a volunteer. Together with colleagues and friends, we were already active in emergency shelters and refugee camps for Syrians in Greece in 2015 and 2016. So there was no doubt that we would continue to help refugees from Ukraine in 2022. We started by supporting the aid transports of the city of Greifswald with donations in kind. When the first emergency shelters for Ukrainian refugees were opened in Greifswald, the group Volunteers for Ukraine was founded very quickly. Our tasks were diverse and we spent almost more time in the accommodation than in our actual work. We have helped to ensure that people received medical care. We have registered and accompanied the children in school and kindergarten. We applied with the people and looked for apartments, helped them to move, and taught German. Leisure activities, especially for children, were also made possible. These included, for example, outdoor play afternoons, handcrafts, barbecues, and everything that children brought back a little bit childhood. Especially school and moving into flats were not that easy because many Ukrainians assumed that they would return to Ukraine in a few weeks. Over the time, many realized that war would last longer and what was mentally difficult for some to bear. Above all, integration into society and the labor market was challenging. The German language is very difficult to learn, but without it, integration hardly succeeds. Especially here, the volunteers were in demand because the places in official integration courses were limited and the initial residence permits did not yet provide for an official German course. At Zora, we have quickly hired Ukrainian refugees and are trained them to become educators for our own institutions. As an employer, we support them in language and official matters. So in 2022, some structures that works hand in hand quickly developed. For example, Greifswald Solidary was quickly founded, which coordinated offers of help, such as free sleeping places or food donations. Volunteers picked up refugees from the train station and took them to the relevant authority. Volunteer for Ukraine cared for the people who were accommodated in an emergency shelter. The House of Resources gave money for volunteer projects. I told you that a lot of people got psychological problems. A lot of them found help. The program Together Mentally Healthy and the Psychosocial Center have taken care of mental care, and Caritas has created its own office for Ukraine aid to advise arriving people about their options in Greifswald. What we have learned from 2015. In 2015, Europe experienced the most massive wave of migration since the Second World War. Many people were helpful at that time, and they were also helpful when many Ukrainians fled the war. In 2015, many volunteers were at the end of their rope. Aid was poorly coordinated, which wasted some resources. In 2022, they usually acted different here. The city of Greifswald brought together all the well-known actors from refugee aid for an event at an early stage. And the task was to collect the offers, network them, and thus distribute the burden. In 2015, some authorities still found it difficult to work with us volunteers, but here a good learning process has taken place in 2022. Yeah, I know I have to finish. Today, we have regular meetings in the form of coordination round. Authorities, full-time employers, volunteers, and refugees meet regularly for exchange and discuss the solutions of problems together. It's important for us to stay in direct contact with refugees and the authorities because we face problems better together. However, we're facing other social challenges today and for the future. We are losing some part of the society and the general willingness of civil society to help is decreasing. We must continue to act as a unit of solidarity in the Baltic cities and not allow ourselves to be divided by right-wrong voices. Thank you very much.
Dankeschön. Thank you so much. So maybe just one question. Since that infamous day of February 24, what have you learned about your town, about Germans, about your citizenships?
I really was overwhelmed about the willingness to help in the first weeks especially, and that was a little bit same in 2015 and 16. I was not astonished, but sometimes a little bit disturbed about making difference between groups of refugees. I don't like that. For me, a refugee is a refugee. And, but I think we will continue doing this work, and the most important is the working together with the volunteers, and that must be organized. That is very, very important.
How do you say best of luck in German language? Best of luck in German language.
Viel Glück.
What? No.
Viel Glück.
Viel Glück. Easy. In Lithuanian, it's sėkmės.
Segments.
Okay, we are learning every day. Thank you so much. And Elena, I have only one question for you. It's not a very easy question, I'm sorry for that, but as a person of Finland, and we remember from history books, right, 80 more years ago, there was winter war in Finland, so your ancestors directly felt what is Russian aggression. And how do you think maybe that history allows you to understand Ukrainians better?
Yes, I don't know if it allows us to understand Ukrainians better, but I think that that's one of the reasons why people felt special sympathy for Ukrainian situation and for people escaping from Ukraine, because it's like my grandparents' generation who felt this in Finland, and it's still in people's memories. So definitely it helps to empathize.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your good work, for your answers, and best of luck here in Palanga in our conference, and of course after that. Thank you. All the best. And dear guests, last but not least, Normans Popens, Director General, DG Regio, European Commission supporting Ukraine. So, dear Normans.
Well, hello everyone. And nice to see you all in Palanga. I just love to be the last speaker because normally I prolong work and separate you from pleasure. But as dinner is only at 7:30, I will take my time. So please bear with me. I'm really happy to come to Palanga and meet you all who are members of this Union of Baltic Sea Cities. I think we have interacted under many different frameworks, but I do believe in networks as yours, because these are real people meeting and talking about real things. So from time to time, it's good that the Commission representative also talks to real people. But I think coming from Regio, you know very well that we are everywhere. Our programs from cohesion policy, from Regional Development Fund, Cohesion Fund, and the European Social Fund Plus are everywhere. And I hope that many of you have benefited also from these programs, because we do believe that this is very important to bring people closer to the European Union, but also to fund the really important challenges that we all are facing. And I wanted to start by saying that, of course, the European Commission, from the day one when the war against Ukraine started, has been in a center of mobilizing the Union and its member states to provide united support at all fronts, starting from political condemnation, introducing sanctions against Russia, and, of course, deploying all possible political, economic, and financial support to Ukraine. And in this, and also by, of course, deploying the instruments such as temporary directive for refugees, where we really made sure that people coming from Ukraine are received inside the EU and are given, as some of you showed, a treatment equal to the EU nationals. This was very important. But in that context, the cohesion policy has also been playing an important part. As you know already, the 1420 funding coming to the end, we still changed our regulations. We introduced the care and fast care amendments, which actually made in a very simple way possibility to reprogram existing programs and to provide support to Ukrainian refugees in all member states in the EU. And I know that about 10 billion or more have been used to do it, to introduce these schemes. And in fact, with the fast care, we introduced an obligation that 30% of this funding goes directly to urban and local authorities, because we realized that actually you are the ones who are doing the work. And this is why I think these amendments show that we also understand and that if we want to help in all possible ways. Of course, we are also working now a lot on cohesion policy is primarily about helping the EU member states, but we realize that our programs can play an important role, not just in the short term, but also in the medium and long term. Everything we do to support the access to health, education, social services is very valid also for the future period. And we are also working a lot, for example, on specific projects with some member states like solidarity lanes, where we are opening up new routes for possibilities for Ukrainian exports and imports, because this is part of the necessity to ensure that Ukraine's economy also stays vibrant and alive. Now, of course, I want to focus on the future, and it is true that the new period, now we are in 2023, and we are going ahead with this new period, which already was supposed to start in 21, but different crises delayed it. And now, if I look at the 21-27 programming, which will again invest more than 300 billion everywhere in Europe, we do see that there is a lot of important things that we will be doing for everyone, particularly also for our urban and local authorities. I wanted to say that apart from having big, important thematic policy objectives, such as support to innovation, the climate change and Green Deal objectives, digitalization, infrastructure, social objectives, we have for the first time in our programs introduced a new policy objective, Europe closer to citizens. And why we did it? Because in fact, when I was discussing in previous period with you, your needs, your priorities in your local strategies, you were always telling me, well, it's good to support green, but I also want to support resilience, security in urban public spaces. I want to do more on cultural heritage and so on and so forth. And the answer is, we have now a policy objective where actually the territorial development strategy, which you need to have, and you need to do it in partnership by involving stakeholders and citizens, it's your priorities, and you can actually fund from our programs these priorities in reality. Many, many countries are using this policy objective 5, which we call PO5, and I would encourage you to work with your managing authorities, because we want to show that this is the right approach, that we need to reach out better. And this is just the beginning, because obviously the discussions on the future of cohesion policy is already starting. And there is a new alternative way of implementing EU budget, Recovery and Resilience Facility, which doesn't have a policy objective 5. So let's make sure that it is a success and we can build on that success. For the first time, we also have introduced the new instrument, the European Urban Initiative. It will keep supporting urban authorities in developing and funding, putting in place innovative solutions for different challenges, so building on the European Innovative Actions Instrument. We just had a first call on the new European Bauhaus, and we received 99 applications from all of you around Europe. We will be able to fund 14. One of the Union of Baltic Sea cities is there, it's Tallinn, but I do encourage others not to give up, because we have more than 70 projects out there, and I have written to all the managing authorities working with you, asking them actually to take on these projects which we couldn't fund and put them in the regional and national programs and do it. And this is, I think, the good thing, because for us, the key is not to fund those 14 projects. The key is actually to mainstream these solutions. For the first time, we have included in this project the necessity for the knowledge transfer. So every city who gets funding from this instrument already has to work with 2 or 3 or more partners, which will work along the project implementation to make sure that these solutions can be then replicated in other cities. And we also want to use our networks to mainstream this knowledge which we learn through these projects. For the first time in the initiative, there is a capacity building strand, because everybody has been telling me, yes, it's complicated, we don't have people to do it. So for the first time, we also include the very direct calls, city-to-city links where cities can learn from each other, the peer reviews. And these calls are open, by the way, now. So I think they will stay open until the 17th of November. And I hope that many of you will apply and will work with us to make sure that this is happening in reality. The second call also closed for this, so greening cities, sustainable tourism, and harnessing talents in shrinking cities has been closed, and we will again be giving funding to this. But there is more to come, because we want to focus more, and I've already mentioned it informally to some, because when we talk about the urban areas, we always think about big cities. Well, Riga could be a big city, probably. Palanga, not probably. But more and more we talk about the role in small and medium-sized, so-called intermediary cities. And there we are launching again new work stream with OECD and also with the World Bank on functional areas, because we should not forget that cities and rural areas have to work together rather than contradicting each other. And these pilots, including together with the Harnessing Talents platform, which will help us to find recipes for those who are losing people. I hope we will really come up with the recipe and sort of the mix of policy and investments, which could help to make sure that also all the parts of Europe which are currently feeling left behind, that they also start to think and develop the potential that they have. In saying all that, the European Urban Initiative is actually open only to EU cities, and I hope that after what I heard today, one of the tasks you will give to me is to think also how this initiative can involve the Ukrainian cities, because in fact many of you have found already cooperation partners, as I see from your presentations, and I think it's also up to the European Union and Commission to think how we can support these partnerships, because they are very concrete, they are very local, but they also are very important, I think, to help Ukraine. And this is why, even if you don't ask me, I will tell my people in Brussels that you asked me, that this initiative should actually be open to cooperation between EU and Ukraine.
I think we asked already, yeah?
This is why I came to Palanga, so that you can ask me that, but okay. No, but seriously, this is, I think, one way to explore how also urban initiative could be open. Of course, we are opening up to Ukraine many programs which we can, and here I want to mention the European Territorial Cooperation programs. We have reprogrammed now funding, we put more funding in cross-border programs between frontline member states, of course, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, and Romania, and there's a great interest from Ukrainian partners to participate in these cross-border programs. We have also extended transnational programs, the Danube, the Black Sea program, where we launched special calls to involve Ukrainian partners to cooperate with EU partners, and this is really very well received, and we see from the first calls that there's a great interest, and we hope that this will be a very concrete contribution, of course. Now we are also extending the big programs such as Interreg Europe, the Urbact program, which is a city network program, very important at the core of our urban policies, now is open also to Ukraine, but also to other enlargement countries, and I think this is very good. We also hope that the BRAIN, the ESPON program, which provides important studies on territorial challenges, will actually be fully open. Currently, it has invited Ukraine as an observer. So I think with these extensions, we are also trying to make sure that Ukrainian partners are working with us, that they are involved. And it's not really about just today, it is about future. Because I think the European Commission has made it also, together with member states, clear that Ukraine will become a member of the EU one day. And we need to start preparing, and many of you mentioned that aspect, reconstruction, and of course the potential membership, and how local and regional, urban, local, regional authorities should prepare for this. Because we know that they play a very important role. The success of the Green Deal is not in the EU directive. The success is in what you do, how the cities of Europe actually want to become climate neutral. We have launched the cities mission, for example, and I know some of you are in this mission, and I really look at this as something very concrete, where we need to deploy our knowledge, but also funding to make sure that, for example, Green Deal becomes a reality. And this is why I hope also that the Ukrainian cities can already start working with you and with us to make sure that for them, indeed, this enlargement is a reality and they are prepared for it. So finally, just to conclude, I wanted to mention New European Bauhaus because it's a lot about reconstruction, I think. And we have launched this new European level initiative, which actually says whenever you build or reconstruct something, you have to do it, you have to combine the principles of sustainability, so using green materials, environmentally friendly technologies. You have to be inclusive, so involve your people, talk to them, find out what they want exactly from this project, and do it in an inclusive way, and do it in an aesthetically pleasant way. So involve architects and make sure that what we build is simply not ugly. But the new European Bauhaus as such is one of the initiatives we also want to be involved with Ukrainian partners. And I'm really happy that our new edition of New European Bauhauses will be open to applications for projects and concepts from Ukraine. So there will be 2 special prizes we will be looking to award to Ukrainian urban authorities or other local authorities, which hopefully will apply, and this will be all announced the next year during the New European Bauhaus Festival. And just to say that we are also currently, we will start soon launching a call for the next European Commissioner's signature event, the Cities Forum. Last time we held it in Turin. And I have to say, it hurts me a lot that we have never held it in the Nordic and Baltic area, not in the Baltic Sea area. So all I can say is, please apply for this, because we'll be expecting applications from many cities in Europe. Of course, the decision is in the end lies within the Directors General for Urban Policies from whole EU. But I hope that in 2025, hopefully, this event might take place in the region where I come from. So thanks a lot for listening to me. I'm happy to answer if you have any questions, but of course I will stay for the dinner and further on.
We have a lot of questions, 122, but we will read only one, if you don't mind. Very gentle question. To Director Poppens, could European Commission cover the costs of training of Ukrainian specialists in Baltic Sea cities?
Of course, it's all possible. But as I said, for us, it has to be part of the programs which are run which your cities can benefit from. I think that training generally is covered from European Social Fund. Social Fund programs, sometimes we have multi-fund programs like in Latvia and Lithuania. You have one big multi-fund program where Social Fund is included there, and of course, the training is always part of these programs, and it can be open also to refugees. As I said, in 1420 we introduced a very simple some schemes for refugees to be received, so local authorities. But why I mentioned 21-27 programs is all these programs contain priorities to train people, to reskill them, upskill them, and of course refugees should be part of these training programs.
Thank you so much. You know what? I think it would be very logical to finish this session with some songs. So,
you want me to sing?
Should we sing?
No.
No. We can.
I'm afraid the drums have made my singing ability.
Drums are still in our ears. Yeah. That's very good. Very good. Okay, thank you so much. We are talking about music and we are talking about songs, and this is why I'd like to invite a very interesting person who originally is from Ukrainian family, but she lived for many years in Lithuania. After that, moved back to Ukraine. She's back now in Lithuania, and she's a really well-known singer, awarded singer in Ukraine. And please meet Dina Mataitienė.
Чорні ночі в наші очі, наші зорі кулі свищуть, хай обійме стан дівочий, чорний дим от пожарища. Нас весна не там зустріла, і не ті пісні співала. Ти стріляв і скоро стріла, я набої подавала. Облітає цвіт калини, перепел замовк у житті. Ще вчора тут жили ми, аж сьогодні тут чужинці. Нас весна не там зустріла, і не ті пісні співала. Ти стріляв і скоро стріла, я набої подавала. Чорні ночі нам не спати, і з тривогами своїми всіх кривавих окупантів проженемо з України. Ми не вийдем з того бою, ми не станем на коліна. Стали ми на смерть з тобою, щоб не вмерла Україна. Нас весна не там зустріла, і не ті пісні співала. Ти стріляв і скоро стріла, я набої подавала. Нас весна не там зустріла, і не ті пісні співала. Ти стріляв і скоро стріла, я набої подавала. Знову сонце сходить над землею, прокидається моя країна, і звучить, як пісня солов'їна. Україна, Україна, прилечу до тебе, мов лелека, бо душа летить сюди невпинно. Лиш до тебе йде моя стежина. Україна, Україна, нескорена, незморена, на щастя людям створена, сія, як найкоштовніша перлина, дощами щедро зрошена, в духмяних травах скошених, земля моєї долі Україна. Заквічають душу, як на свято, і любисток є тут, і калина. Посміхнись, як матері дитина. Україна, Україна, прилечу до тебе, мов лелека, бо душа летить сюди невпинно, і в моєму серці щохвилини. Україна, Україна, нескорена, незморена, на щастя людям створена, сія, як найкоштовніша перлина, дощами щедро зрошена, в духмяних травах скошених, земля моєї долі Україна. Дощами щедро зрошена, в духмяних травах скошених, земля моєї долі Україна, земля моєї долі Україна, земля моєї долі Україна.
Bravo. Дякую, Dina. Дякую. Best of luck. Thank you so much. 2 microphones, yeah? Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you, participants of our discussions. Best of luck, and I would like to inform you that in 2 hours we will be having dinner at the Kurhaus. Do you know this place? It's just nearby. Dear Ambassador, please come. I know that you have something to say.
Just a couple of words. I'm so deeply was impressed by all this presentation, and I want to express one more our deeper gratitude for everything that you have been doing. I'm sure that there is so much to be presented more, but we have still a lot of victories ahead of us. We have to win this war. We have to rebuild Ukraine, reconstruct it. We have to introduce big reforms in Ukraine, integrate Ukraine in the EU and NATO, and then we will be able to think about something more constructive, building together a strong and resilient Europe. And thank you for that, and we count on your network in this endeavor. Thank you again.
Thank you. Slava Ukraina. Stay strong, and hope to congratulate you soon with a victory and with becoming member of European Union and of NATO. Thank you, guys. Best of luck, personally, to you, to your families, to your cities, and enjoy rest of the conference. In 2 hours, dinner at the Kurhaus. Bye-bye.